Yeah, it kicked off. It kicked off the Rumble. So I'm okay. Let's see. Okay, YouTube streaming looks like it's triggered. It's gonna take a hot minute. Rumble stream. Is it gonna? It says it's offline, but um, I am sending data.
I'm seeing YouTube. YouTube has something there.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the
Here,
yeah,
yep.
I'm seeing Rumble.
And Rumble. I do have
I'm
to hit the play button on your link. I'm gonna try to see if there's a different.
I'm seeing yeah, it's sending 30 FPS, roughly 7 to 8 megabits per second. um, and yes, um, it is up. I know I'm looking at that monitor over there, which is why my head is over to the side. So I apologize for that. So I need to pop this chat out. I need to grab the URL. I need to go to my docs, custom browser docs, go to Rumble chat, and then paste that in. Apply. It says sign in to chat. Um, of course it does. Close. And close that. I want a single place for both of my chats. And I need to freaking sign in for that chat. Ugh. Um, sign into chat. Uh,
Yeah, everything seems all right though. At least.
all right, there we go. Test message. Oh, there it is. I see it.
Yeah.
So I have my OBS studio, and it's now like studio because I've got my two chats in there. Yep. There's a YouTube message and a regular Rumble message. So let me show you that here. Um, so uh, there is my YouTube or OBS, and the cat apparently wants.
A cat.
Oh my god! Cat's like, I want a piece of this. Come on.
Sorry, AFK bit.
Okay. Show the cat. Okay. So I don't need to explicitly necessarily watch um both of my streams. So I just have to yeah, okay. Because even though I've got a pretty good internet connection now, try not to waste too much of it. Um okay. First time ever, everybody, streaming on two different platforms at the same time. So yay. And yeah, good times to go here. Excellent. So if I close pop in chat, oh, I'm going to keep them up just for the analytics. I don't know if I have any analytics. Rumble really doesn't do the analytics stuff. But yeah, I don't see anything like the analytics that I get in YouTube for Rumble. So maybe that's a work in progress. But today, I've had somebody request. First, let's announce. Share a link. So more vintage more vintage story mod dev. Mod dev stream live now at host. Okay. Sorry, everybody. It's just going to take me a minute or two to spread the word. Okay. There. Now, anybody who wants to ask questions, etc. I don't claim to know everything, but I have done quite a bit of modding in this game. This is my 14th mod, and probably one of the biggest that's ever been built for the game. I mean, it's probably up there. It's close to exceeding QP Tech in scope. I'm very quickly exceeding that. But I'm not sure about like the Rustborn Magic, the Vise, the Vise mod that he did for Magic Systems. I haven't dug into that yet. I haven't looked at that yet to see how insane that mod is. It's a beautiful work of art. I don't know how much he's done in terms of like helping the community learn from all the stuff that he's doing. But I'm trying to help the community in general out in if you're stuck on something, if you want to know like where to look for this or that feature, we can track that down, or I might know it offhand anyway. Today I've been given a request to cover the model creator, and the individual who requested it, I'm not 100% sure where they what they exactly got hung up on. Yeah, let's see. I don't see that. I don't remember the name, but I did say that we were going to stream today, so hopefully they come by. I do a lot better with specific questions than I'm just like, hey, in general, cover this, because it's like there's a myriad of different features that we would have to cover in that case. So the model creator is one of those things that can be daunting if you don't really know, but it's it is available. The devs basically took there was a Minecraft model creator that somebody made, and Mr. Crayfish for Minecraft originally, he open sourced it, and so Tyrone took the freedom to adjust it. So Mr. Crayfish made it for Minecraft, and then Tyrone grabbed it and customized it a lot for the needs of Vintage Story. But in general, it's I would imagine the model types are very close to one another if you're using the same thing. So yeah, absolutely brilliant. And very, very easy to work with. I mean, it is. It really is. Like, one thing I would like to do today is get the objects ready for the upgrade, the pipe upgrade and the pipe filter. The pipe upgrade, I might reuse another object that I have, shapes, item, no, tool, no, that's under game. Let's go to vintage, shapes, item, B, CNC program. That is one that I made. That's a shape that I made for the LV or the CNC machine type, where you can actually encode a recipe in it. And I don't have that functionality in the mod yet, but that is the intention of the CNC. So when you open, for example, in the mod, when you open the CNC, there's a item slot in there for program. It's actually labeled program, and that has a dual purpose. You put a raw clay item in, and it will duplicate the clay item with clay, right? And that's really straightforward and easy, because on the fundamentals, it is a clay former, right? That is the base for the LV tier. That is the base use of the CNC, as a clay former. But also, eventually, I will have like a workbench that you'll be able to encode a CNC program object, right? With this, it'll be an actual item that you craft. So sort of like the patterns that you encode for like applied energistics or refined storage, right? You put a blank program in, and then you set up a recipe inside, and then you hit save, and it encodes that recipe in the program, because items can have unique attributes. So you encode that item with the attribute of just basically a copy of the recipe, and then that program can be put in the program slot. And that's the original intent of that. But the 3D model, I mean, looks like you would, I modeled and textured it. The grid on it is, basically to show like, hey, this is this is for this. And then the faces, I think I have a custom image, right? So I made a custom image and then used that custom image in here. So it's just a single image is basically the whole thing. But I kind of want to generically use this. Well, if I can reuse the shape. That's not a problem. The problem is how to indicate the pipe upgrade. If we look at the pipes mod itself, let me pull up that. Here they are. You can see here, right? So we have the iron tier, gold tier, diamond tier, netherite tier, and then creative infinite tier. So there's 5 total. And I'm not 100% sure what we want to go with. Something tells me that, a similar path would be nice. And some sort of probe object would be extremely helpful with debugging, being able to probe something and pull up a UI that had a bunch of like debug information. That would be very, very nice. So if we go like for main, I would probably go bronze, just because of the tiers of metals in vintage are quite a bit different than in Minecraft. Obviously, we don't have anything like netherite, so the top tier would likely be steel, because steel is one of the hardest materials to get. It takes an enormous amount of work to get to a steel level. So I would probably either go copper, bronze, iron, steel, which, it is, I don't know. I would love some feedback on what people think would be a natural progression, but it would dictate what textures that I use, right? Do I have textures that could fit in there? Copper, I would less do copper for the first tier, because copper is, I usually have some copper pretty early in the game, and I would more rather do tin, or not tin, but bronze. So tin bronze is the first one. I think it's tin bronze is the easiest type of bronze to make. And so most everything I do relies on tin bronze. It does require you to get tin, but it's really easy to make. So I'll do tin bronze, and then iron, because iron would be the natural progression. And then I would do, I don't know, gold is harder to do. It really is, because in the vanilla game, I gotta kind of think vanilla as well. In the vanilla game, gold is much, much harder to get to. So gold is harder to justify as a material for an upgrade. It would require an immense amount of... Oh, that would be tough. But steel being the top tier, and then having one tier after steel for the actual mod, right? The only way to get said material or whatever would be some machinery or something like that. It would be like an advanced alloy of something, whether that's copper nickel or copper nickel would be an interesting one, or I don't know, but diamonds definitely you couldn't do. Diamonds are in the vanilla game. Diamonds are extremely rare. Extremely rare. Yeah. So, anyway, so what I want to do is design this thing. So this, if let's maybe start from scratch. Because I want the texture behind the arrows to be the thing that changes. The border doesn't change, the arrows don't change, but the texture behind the arrows does. And we can do that. Let's do a new... Okay, so we're gonna kind of go through here and show the model creator and how the model creator works, because this was actually a request to cover. And so, yeah. Number one thing, north, east, southwest is important, right? North is the back. It's the opposite of where this text is. So just whenever you see this text, that's on the southern edge. That's along the southern edge. So north is the default orientation of everything in the game, right? If you orient stuff differently, it will mess with your brain. You'll have a hard time rotating it in your mind. At least I do. So north is the up this edge up here, right? And then northeast, southwest, and then up and down. So you got the block highlight. This is a single block, so you kind of know the scale. So we are going to create a new object here. We're going to add a new. This is adding a new right here. So we're going to add base. And then we're going to offset it inside. I want to center it into the block. Okay, we're going to center it into the block. And then we first need to set its size. So we're going to 6 by 6. Is that going to be enough? Centered in the block. And yeah, that should be enough. And then we want to thin it down. We don't want it a big fat block like this. This is not a block that you place in the world. This is an item you hold in your hands. So voxel size, we can go 0.2, something like that. Give it a little bit of thickness, just a little bit. And that's our base. Okay. And then I want another one of these, and we're gonna put a little border along the outside. So first, let's get the position in. We're going to go to the top corner first. Voxel size. See the red arrow? This red arrow? Well, this is red for a reason, right? This is along the red arrow. So we're going to build this along the red arrow. We're going to thin it down to 0.35. Okay. And essentially, it's gonna sit flat on the ground. So all the detail is going to be raised up. And this is going to be top edge. And then we're going to duplicate top edge, which is this one here. And this is going to be bottom edge. And we're going to position it down. Remember, blue arrow is going down. We're going to position it down here. Okay. Now we need the left and the right. So let's just do, I'm just going to copy top edge again. And we're going to drop this voxel size. We're going to drop this down and then raise this up. And that fits right in there. And this is going to be left edge. And then duplicate. And then, again, red arrow goes this way. We want this to go out like this. Okay? So that gives us an item with a border around it. And I know it's hard to see, but we can go, let's go base, image, import. Are there any textures? Here's all the textures I sort of imported from. Ooh, that's an idea. Temporal steel is a good idea for a top tier upgrade. That would be a good one. So what I kind of want to go for is if the first level is going to be bronze, shiny brass is more like is more like tin bronze. So let's do that, even though it's not. I mean, it's brass, but and the border was black. Now I don't want the border to be one thick. I think 0.5 thick is probably going to be fine, but that's going to require some crazy 0.5 things here. So voxel size, we want this to be 0.5, and we want this one to be 0.5, and we want this one to be 0.5, and we want this one to be 0.5. So you can see what that does, how it offsets, right? So the corner is always that, by default, the origin. This is the origin that is doing, right? That's that point. So it's always drawn, right, from west to east. So this way and then down, north to south. So west to east, north to south. That's how that is drawn, and then down to up is where that origin point usually sits. So with this 0.5, this means we've cut off 0.5 on this side and this side. So this means voxel size, we only want to do that, and we want to offset at 0.5 in and 0.5 down, right? And then the bottom edge, the same thing. This 0.5 in, and we don't need to do the 0.5 down because it's already there. And the origin only ever likes to stay on whole numbers. So yeah, just be aware when you start cutting in 0.5s and 0.3, when you start cutting in like that, it tends to, the origin tends to sort of get left behind. And then this is going to be right edge. So left edge, we need to offset it in on the red axis, 0.5, and then that's good to go. So that is kind of how to finagle that and organize that. If there are any questions at any time, let me know. Okay. We need to let's image import cable, I guess. Apply. And you can see these little highlights up here. This is the UV editor. This is actually what part of that texture it's using for that specific face. So there's north, east, south, west, up, down faces. Now, if you want to apply them to all the faces, you just copy it and hold Control Shift, Control Alt Shift, and you hit paste, and it will apply that to all of them, right? And you can just go through and apply. And that applies the texture to all of the faces. Now you can delete the faces that you don't see. In a little object like this, it's really not, I mean, you're not going to have tens of thousands of these in your world trying to be rendered. So, you know, deleting the little bits of faces here and there are not, you know, you could delete the south face and the north face on this and not lose anything. But I mean, it really doesn't hurt that much. Now the trick is going to be getting those arrows inside here. So you can see the yeah, this is going to be really tricky. Really tricky. Paste. So I want the cube to be 0.35 again. We are going to have it voxel size. We're going to have it. We're going to have it like 1.5. We're going to have it 0.35. Okay. Let's get it in position. Because remember, these are the arrows. I need to get these arrows in. This is all done with textures, right? That's easy. That's easy. I want a little bit more length on that. So what we can do is take this. This is going to be arrow left 1. Oh, my nose. Oh, the cat hair. And what we're going to do is duplicate this. We're going to swap these. So 1.75, 0.5. And then we don't want Z fighting. So we're going to shrink this by 0.5, and then we're going to offset it by 0.5. And that makes it so it's not overlapping, because you don't want, if textures are the same size and they're overlapping, you get Z fighting, which causes the textures to kind of go crazy. And then see, the origin is right at the tip of that arrow, right? So I want to make arrow left or arrow right 1 a child of arrow left 1, right? So arrow right 1 is a child of arrow left 1, but they share the same origin. And the origin is important. Why is it important? Because that is the thing that gets rotated around. So we want to rotate it around the green axis, right? So the green, that's the y-axis. That is going up and down. And when you rotate stuff, it rotates around that axis, right? So if we rotate it like 45 degrees around the green axis, you can see what happened is it rotated that, and because the child was parent or left there, it works out well. So we're going to offset that into the center, and there we go. We have now a black arrow, and we can duplicate that and then offset it down like that. And there we go. We have now a item upgrade. So let's vintage engineering shapes item. We're going to do pipe upgrade. VE pipe upgrade. Yeah. VE pipe upgrade is the shape. And there we go. Now, what we can do, I'm checking chat here. It is nice having both chats. I don't even know how many is Rumble. Actually, it looks like Rumble has 4 viewers. Excellent. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, you've seemed to have more viewers on Rumble than on YouTube. Looks
my
like
first,
the same right now.
Yeah, my first ever Rumble stream. Everybody, I just signed up and got the channel up on Rumble last week. So yeah, it's gonna take a while to get used to it. Okay, so what we can do with this object, right? If we wanted to change this texture back here, if we go back to base has a certain texture on it, and if we save and we go to the vintage engineering directory, assets, vintage shapes item, VE pipe upgrade, we can open right here. Shiny brass is the that is the texture and the name of the texture, right? The text here, shiny brass, is just the name of that texture. Now, I don't know if there is a way to rename that inside of here. I don't think there is a way, honestly. It just assumes the name of the texture that you have. And if you want to change the UV map of what's in here, you can see, like, we don't need the north face. We don't need northeast, southwest faces at all. We need the up face and maybe the down face. Maybe the down face. But in order to prevent, see that Z fighting? That's what I mean by Z fighting. That right there is Z fighting. If you ever see that in a game, that's what it is. It's called Z fighting, and it's because the textures are at exactly the same place. And so you get the rounding errors of Z fighting. To prevent that, what you can do is you can take the base, and right now it is 0.2, and we can like position it point like 0.01, right? A minuscule amount of space, right? A minuscule amount of space. You know, that is a tiny, tiny offset, but it's enough to prevent that Z fighting. That's the important thing, is in just kind of preventing that. We could actually bump that up probably to 0.5 and still have no problems at all. And that way you get a little bit better. So that shiny brass texture it's an important thing to know. So we're going to save this again. This is going to, this automatically, yeah. Thing about VS Code is it just automatically loads a change of a file. You know, it's because it's reasons. So with this basically done, we can exit. I could change the shiny brass name here, but one thing you can do to possibly save face, to save space, is to eliminate the faces you don't need. And there is a way to do that. I don't do it. I mean, I could do it. If we go back to the, not what I wanted to do. Go to the model creator again. We go to open, vintage shapes, item, pipe upgrade. So if we go to base and we go to face, you can do, I think, I can't remember. North. See all these different settings, and you can actually rotate the texture. You can, there is a way to like delete you can delete a face right off the thing as far as this goes. Enabled right here. Okay. So east enabled, south enabled, west enabled. There. Right? So now only up and down are actually faces. If we save, we go back to VS Code, you can see it actually got rid of those faces. The actual polygon itself doesn't change though. So all you really save is the text there. That's all you really save. So, you know, and maybe a little bit on the rendering side, depending on the size of the object and how it's optimized, you may save a little bit of that. But in general, it's not really vital. And I have no idea why the texture width and height are half of what actually the textures are. All the textures in the base game are 32 by 32. And every time I've seen texture references in a shape, they're always half of what the actual texture resolution is. And I don't know why. I have no idea. But if we go back, okay, I think I'm done with this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm done with this. So this shiny brass label here, this is an important thing to remember. So remember why I mentioned this. So the other thing you got to pay attention to is the domain of the textures. I pulled the textures out of the same domain that the shape is in. So the shape here, right, here's the shape. If we go up, it's in the vintage engineering domain. It's the domain for my mod. All of my mod is in this domain. The game domain is the vanilla game. Any vanilla game assets, and then some modders, and some of my early mods, I didn't understand the domain system at first. So most of my early mods are all in the game domain because that's all I could get to work. I had no idea how the system worked. So the game domain, that's the vanilla game, and then, and they're just defined by the directory. That's how as simple as a simple can be. So the vintage engineering domain, well, the shape inside of here is in the same domain. But if I wanted to reference a shape or a texture, let's say, if I wanted to reference a texture that was in the vanilla game, I would preface the texture code here. I would preface this with the game colon. I would preface it with this. And that would tell the asset loading system, hey, I'm looking outside of my domain, grab this other domain, right? And so that allows you to cross domains in terms of what you reference. But the shiny brass and the cable, those are all in this domain. So you don't have to do that. But the same is true when you actually defined the object itself. And we will get into that next. So I want to create a actual item, right? That is the upgrade. So we are going to copy and paste the CNC program. We're going to do VE pipe upgrade. Okay. And then we're going to edit. And then we're going to do VE pipe upgrade. And let's see. Storage flags. I don't care. This is going to be a different. This is going to be a different kind of thing. Let's look at sawdust. Yeah, I don't think I need. I don't think I need storage flags. Maybe I do. Let's look at. Yeah, I don't see any storage flags on here. So if it ever doesn't reference them, yeah, I'm gonna eliminate the storage flags. Rackable equals true. True rack transform. That's why I copied the CNC program, because it's almost exactly the same size, and so all my tool rack transforms, ground transforms, all of those values should be the same. I just have to copy that, and we are going to remove variant groups. This is going to be tier. And should we make these stack? So you can see the yeah, okay. Let's make them stack to like 16. How about that? So tier, we're gonna okay, I didn't see any chat messages regarding the tiers. So we're gonna go tin, bronze, and then iron, and then I don't know what else. Oz, do you have any ideas? Any thoughts either way?
Oh, sorry. What in specific?
The tiers, right? So in the pipes mod, the different tiers of upgrades goes iron, gold, diamond, and netherite. Okay, so the vintage metals work quite a bit differently than they do in Minecraft. So we can't really have a diamond tier because diamonds are so incredibly rare. It would be cool.
I could see end game tier of diamond.
Yeah, I mean we're not locked into only having 4 tiers. We could have more tiers.
Yeah. I guess big question. When do you want the pipes available? I know the general rule of thumb for Vintage Story is that you want, or for Vintage Engineering is that you wanted it to be available after Steel.
Well, there are some features that we can have available sooner, but in general, the pipes themselves, like item pipes, just like the chutes, the item pipes will probably be made of tin bronze for the most part because they're moving items. The fluid pipes, right? The fluid, if you think of like pressure, then you want it to be tougher, like an iron based, and then you want to be inside of Vintage Engineering. So the mentality of only offering these recipes or only having these recipes after you start the mod doesn't really apply to this feature because this feature is sort of independent of the machines. You know, generating electricity, that is going to be a later game thing. But you know, if you want to build a couple pipes, like chutes are available as soon as you get copper. You can smelt chutes and make chutes right away. So I don't want to really limit the actual start of the mod, but the upgrades, the upgrades will be like they can be tougher to get to the top tier upgrades. And certainly the fluid pipes will be iron based. But the item pipes I don't think need to be iron based. And I still haven't figured out how to change the textures of the pipes depending on the type they are. I'm afraid of that code, dynamically changing the texture. Oof.
Yeah. I'd almost start with a copper base tier for all of them, even though, you know, you would probably need iron for some of the for water or for liquids and such. I'd still probably offer a copper tier, but just make them really, really slow.
Yeah, I think the base speed of movement will be 1 item per second. So very, very slow. You know, it would literally take over a minute to move a stack of items. Like it's just going to be really, really slow. So a copper tier, I could see maybe doing 4 items per second. Right? It's 4 times faster, but it's still damn slow. And then by the time you get to the top tier, you're moving a stack a second, or like a stack every 10th of a second, right? There's a large gulf of functionality between 1 a second and a stack every 10th of a second, right? There's a lot of wiggle room that we can fit in multiple tiers of upgrades if we wanted to. So yeah, I'm not afraid of having more than 4 tiers. We can absolutely have more than 4 tiers to get everybody, you know, grinding out the upgrades, because every upgrade will require the previous tier of upgrade. So by the time you get to the end, it's going to be damned expensive.
I'm trying to trying to think, because I gotta re-enable my vintage story circuitry.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to kind of think of that. Because as far as it goes, there's not a lot of need for moving items early on. So you wouldn't, a wood tier wouldn't really be necessary.
No. No, wood is that's a bridge too far.
Yeah.
So copper, tin, bronze, iron. We need at least one in between iron and steel. We absolutely need one. So
I mean, you could do meteoric iron, but make that like a forked path, like an optional path, because you're not going to want to force them to upgrade, the pipes from
yeah, that's
iron to meteoric.
that's getting into the recipe weeds. I'm not really worried about the recipe weeds right now. We can always tweak that later. I'm just thinking like because I've got to also define the attributes for each of these tiers and the stats behind them. So, what is our rate, what is our delay, that kind of stuff for each of these tiers. Can I have I wonder if I can have an attributes tag and an attributes by type tag. I wonder if I can do that. I don't think I've ever done that before. Okay, so copper, tin, bronze, iron, maybe an alloy. What is a good alloy? Cooper nickel's one. That's Cooper nickel. I think is just. Go ahead.
Invar or Constantan or one of those other.
I know there's one or two mods that add those. The vanilla game, I know Cooper nickel is absolutely one that's in the vanilla game because all the Jonas parts are made from that. Right.
So yeah, probably Cooper nickel. And here's another thought. And you said you're going to deal with the recipes later, but this is just kind of attached with that. You could just make it more complex. You could require different tiers of the prerequisites, like different gears or something like that.
Oh sure, like yeah. As absolutely, the top tiers are going to probably require some Jonas parts because we started getting those in pretty decent amounts, in the late game. The top tier drifters drop them, and we were looting them. So,
rather than focusing on a higher tier of material, you could just do more complex parts to create it.
Yeah.
Early on you're working with plates and later, you've really got to ramp up the mechanical part of it. And by then you're going to start leaning into the meat of the vintage engineering mod too, I assume. So
yeah, the gears are already added. Copper, tin, bronze, iron, Cooper nickel. I think I spelled that right. Cooper and nickel, because it's like copper, iron, and nickel or something. Let me look at assets, survival, recipes, alloy, Coop, Ron, nickel. Yes. Coop, Ron, nickel. Coop, Ron, nickel. I think that's got to be the wrong. It's nickel is EL or LE. Anyway.
EL.
It is EL. Okay. Coop, Ron, nickel. So it's copper and nickel. So nickel, that's a harder one to find. Nickel is actually hard to find in the game. So, yeah, that's a pretty decent mid-range tier, and then steel obviously has to be the top tier. It just must. All of the transforms should be relatively good. And I want to look to see attributes by type. I want to see okay. If any I don't think we can have an attributes and an attributes by type. Oh, no, we can. Oh, snap. Here's one right here, the dirty pot. Dirty clay pot, attributes, and then attributes by type. Is this shelvable? Okay. There's another one. Okay, so it looks like we can have an attributes and an attributes by type. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, so if we go to here and attributes by type, and then we have the actual star dash, let's say copper. And then comma. And then I'm going to paste this to tin bronze. Okay, so attributes by type. If we go to the code, pipe upgrade, item pipe upgrade, we have delay rate, can filter, and can change distro. Those are the four main things that control a pipe upgrade. Delay rate, can filter, can change distro. So how did so here are your attributes, right? This is actually, I set this up before I ever set up the JSON. So delay rate, can filter, change distro. So if we do delay rate, can filter, change distro. Delay rate, can filter, change distro. Excellent. Okay. So let's copy and paste that. And before I get into the weeds here, so then we need iron, copper, nickel, and steel. Iron, copper, nickel, and steel. And let's try to organize these. Okay, so just for back of the napkin math here, delay is essentially how fast, like how often it ticks, right? How many milliseconds per update. Basically, if we look at delay, we can see there's a limit. It can't go below 100 or above 5,000. And I set that just because I don't want any insane like every millisecond, right? That would be crazy. Like a delay tick of a single millisecond. That's too much. So 100 milliseconds is a tenth of a second. The copper and tin bronze at the very least will be 1 second. So that's number of milliseconds, right? Is the delay. The rate is how many they move at once. So we're going to do 4 and then 16, right? So this is 4 a second. This is 16 per second. Can filter and can change distro are both false. These first two tiers, you're not going to be able to use filters or change the distribution method. It's going to be really, really basic. And then iron tier is your first time. We're probably going to dip down to 500 milliseconds and do 32. I mean, 32 is a thing, but this one will be able to set the distro, if I spelled it right. And then Cooper nickel, we can go to 50 at 32, right? It's essentially doubling the speed, or should we even multiply it by more, right? And then this one will be true, and this one will be true, and then this one will be 100, and this is going to have a special value. So the steel tier, the rate of -1, I actually have that specified in here, right? A value of -1 means a full stack regardless of stack size. Because the stack size of everything in the game is like, it can be many, many different values. You can specify the individual stack sizes. It's not a uniform size like Minecraft is. So steel is the fastest every tenth of a second, and it's moving a full stack at a time, regardless of what the stack size is. So it could be running into 32 stacks. It could be running into 400, stacks of 400, and it will move those just as fast. It won't care. But moving a stack at a time, if you try to move more than a single stack in one operation, that would require a lot more processing power, because you're having to move these things and you're doing several iterations at once. I think that would be kind of rough. So that is essentially, I think that works. And then the last two allow you to change the filters and stuff. So you got to get at least to Cooper nickel to change the filter. But you can change the distro at the iron level. I mean, I think that's fair. You gotta give people incentive. You gotta give them a carrot to go after. And the reason I'm putting all of this in a JSON like this is all of these values can be adjusted via mod patching. So if you wanted to completely redo all of the balance in the game, in my mod, that is, you could do JSON patches and you just reference my files to patch and you just change the values. It's as easy as that. Okay. So one thing we could do, if you see here, value of -2 means everything of a single type in a container. So that would be multiple stacks at once. Everything in a single container gets moved. That would be a lot harder logically to do. That would be really hard to pull off. Because what if a container only has 4 spaces open and you've got 6 slots? Like, there's a lot of negotiation there. it's just logic. It can be done. I just don't want to bite off that right now. I don't want to bite off that. So, okay. So shape by type, item VE pipe upgrade, I believe, and you can see I really make sure it's going to pull the right domain out of here. But the other thing we want to do, and I don't see it's in here. Yeah, it's not in here right now. So we're going to do textures by type. Right? And if I do textures by type, as an example, you can see we can specify the textures, right? And if we go to like Crucible, an even better idea would be to go to one that doesn't suck. Gravel, textures by type, you can see, you can actually load the variants if you have named variants, but then you can change like all of this stuff, right? So what is the syntax of this? Well, let's get into that. Textures by type, again, we are going to specify -copper as the type, and then the texture, the name here, if you go to your shape, this is why I said, hey, remember the tag on that texture. This is where that comes from, right? Flower berry small, flower berry large. These are not, the flowering is the type, right? If we go up here and we go to variant groups, you can see flowering is a type. So the flowering is where that comes from. And so these things is this name here actually comes from this syntax here, right? So I want to copy this and go in here and go something like this, and then let's mark this out here, base. I don't know why this base is in here. Really don't know. But I bet you if we opened the shape, right, you can see empty, and I have no idea what all of this is. Selective elements. This is a bad example. Bell pepper. I have no idea. Oh my god. Fruit. Textures by type. Good lord. Nothing is simple in this game. Door solid. You can see wood. Wood is a universal, like, hey, what type of wood is it? And it actually gives you, like, it maps to the wood. Then a rotation, yeah, it's actually rotating the texture. It's not rotating the shape, it's rotating the texture. So it's probably doing that because in the baseline is the wood is horizontal and it's rotating it so the wood is vertical. That's what I'm guessing. But we can then go wood : base shiny brass, and then we're going to do a block there, and we're going to go base like that. I think that is essentially the syntax. If we actually find one that, there we go. Material bracket base. Okay, and there's no brackets inside of that. So I'm just trying to make sure. Textures by type that I got. And then the type, that's the next thing, : bracket, and then the name of the texture that you want to change, colon, bracket, and then base, and then the actual texture. Okay, so that now allows me to change the texture of each of these types. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to put that there. Oop. Hit enter. Copper, tin, bronze, iron, copper, nickel, and steel. Now, again, the 3D modeler has the same shiny brass, right? The shape, this is where this is coming out of the shape. This is the map to the shape texture in here. And I am changing which texture shiny brass points to depending on the type, right? By type. So now I can reference other textures for this specific one. At least I hope so. So let's look at the base game textures and see if there's any major textures that we can use. Textures, block, metal, ingot. I want textures that are not that don't have a black border around them. Some of them have like this weird black border around the actual texture, and it kind of breaks. Kind of breaks it. So these are all the textures in the base game, right? So vintage story, assets, survival textures, block, metal, ingot, blah blah blah. So we, if we wanted to, could reference any of these textures in here if we wanted to. So let's do the copper, for example. Copper here is in block, metal, ingot. Block, metal, ingot, copper, and this is in the game domain. This is not in my vintage engineering domain. This is a base game, block, metal, ingot, copper. You don't have to put the PNG. The game assumes the PNG, but I do have to put the domain, because otherwise it would look in the vintage engineering domain, which is right here. It assumes that because that's where this object comes from. And so the tin bronze, we can go here and say, I'm just going to copy this. And remember, the shiny brass, that was just a texture to use in the 3D editor. I can change that in here, right? So we can instead, for this, do tin bronze. Tin bronze. And then iron. We can actually have that be iron. It's in here somewhere. There it is. Iron. Pretty sure copper nickel's in here. There it is. Cupron nickel. Cupron nickel. Okay. And then steel is steel. And you could you could add gold and electrum. You could just add all the things. Blister steel, well, you know, really wouldn't want a blister steel, but bismuth, I love the bismuth one, but and then the game should automatically remap this specific texture to this value when it loads the asset into memory, right? When the game loads all of these assets, it loads all of these textures. And so that is basically the start to finish of a shape. You build the shape, you get it working, you map your textures to the shape so it's easier to edit. But if you want to change textures after the fact, you can do that by doing something like this and make sure everything is good. And then if we load it in the game, it should load everything. VE pipe upgrade. We're not gonna. We don't really need a custom class, I don't think. I don't think these things. I mean, they do have classes. We could have a class. Okay. So the class, where does the class come from? Well, the class comes from our code. We already have an item pipe upgrade. So we already have this defined. And yeah, I think if we want specialized stuff like this, if we want to capture this, we're going to need to apply this item type. So if we go to the Vintage Engineering mod, register blocks, register block entities. I don't think, do I have public void register items? iCore API. God, stop doing that, API. API.register item class. VE pipe upgrade. Type of item pipe upgrade. There. The first item, the first custom item. I have a lot of items in the game, but this is the first one that I really have a lot of special code for. We will likely have a custom item for the CNC program. Maybe. I maybe need one of those. It all depends on how things happen in the behind the scenes. But this is registering the item class because this is the string that then gets used in here. Right? This is how it applies the, when it instantiates, when you craft one of these, what does it actually do? Well, it ensures that this thing is good to go. This thing here. It instantiates one of these. And because I automatically, when it's loaded off the server, it automatically populates all of these. I don't actually have to set any of these because it populates them when it creates them. And I ensure that I have default values in here. So if anything goes wrong, if there's a typo, if you do something wrong with the JSON, if you patch it wrong, I'm trying to protect as much as possible against major catastrophes. Okay, so we should. The only thing we don't have right now are strings associated with this, but I want to see if these are actually in the game. And then if we go to the pipe extraction node, the pipe inventory, and I want to make sure, because there is a can contain. So this is called, when you try to place something in a slot, it says, hey, can this slot contain the item I'm trying to put into it? Right? And so slot 0 here, the first slot in the inventory, is the upgrade. So the VE pipe upgrade, I want to make sure is the first thing, right? VE pipe upgrade. I set that up long before I did this. So this is the same code. So it's going to grab the code of the thing, right, in the source slot, and it's going to say, hey, can I put this in here? And it's going to say, depending on what type it is. So this limits what I can put in the slot 0, which is the first slot. It's going to limit it to this item. And then the 1 slot is the filter, and that's VE pipe filter, which we don't have done yet. So that is coming soon. We can probably bust that out pretty fast if we wanted to. Okay, so in general then, the upgrade should be done. Let's see. And this might crash horribly because of how I've been working on some stuff. We'll get into this next. So if you have any specific questions on the model creator, domains, textures, that kind of stuff, feel free to ask. Now is the time to ask. Once the stream is done, that's not the time to ask. In between 2 streams is not the time to ask. Now is the time to ask. Okay, so here we have my test world. All of the things and the stuff and the wiring and all the glory that is the mod. And you can see there's some Z fighting in there because this shape is right up to the end. But yeah, Mr. Andy Dandy was upgrading our machines, and then I burst his bubble because his use of textures was getting a little too much. It was getting too much. He was basically blowing my entire texture budget for the mod on just the LV machines, and I was like, you can't do that. Yeah. Anyway, so what we're doing here is the pipes here. So I've got item pipes, and let's check pipe upgrades. And you can see, right? You can see the textures are different. So it's loading those textures, right? It's loading those textures when it loads the thing and it's assigning them. They don't have strings, right? Item dash VE pipe upgrade dash copper. So these strings, I need to add localization for these. Very, very easy to do. But this is what I was working on this last couple days. So this is the pipe. Obviously, you can select all directions, right? You can select all of the directions. Anyway, yeah. But what I got working yesterday was being able to right-click and set it to extract mode. So now this is set to extract mode. Now if I right-click this, it's going to throw an exception. So this is what I've been working on, is narrowing down all of these. Object set to null. Extraction node.inventory. Extraction node of face index. Extraction nodes of face index is null. Really? Unreceived. Why is the client? Interesting. Okay. So here's one problem I ran into, and anybody out there who has experience with this, I am wide open for suggestions on how to solve this another way. So the problem, and let's load this up again. The problem I ran into yesterday that I spent so long. I spent so long trying to solve in an elegant way. Could not figure out how to solve it elegantly. Just gotta wait for it to actually load. There we go. Is when I right click a node to switch it to extraction, it was immediately swapping it back to insert. So it was basically throwing the event twice, right? It was throwing the event twice. And so just to get it to do, oh, there it happened again, right? So to get it to just do it once, I needed to jump through a lot of hoops to get that to work. I used I think one of the blocks that I used as an example was the fruit press. So I used the fruit press as an example. So what I had to end up doing is, let me go back to the code, because what it was doing is the block, right? On block interact start. So this code here runs when you right click it. When you right click the block. And I was right clicking the block, right? It is right clicking that block. It's giving me the block selection. It's giving me all that information. And if the block selection is a pipe, which it obviously is because we are calling that event in the block itself. And then I set this one click to true, and then I pass it to the block entity, right? I just pass the event to the block entity. If it's a pipe. And this, ignoring this line, imagine this line is gone, right? If I take this away and I run it, I'll show you what happens. So it calls the event when you right click. It should swap the connection type. And then it's done, right? But it's really bizarre. I haven't sort of dug into it at all, into why, because it's hard to track where the event comes from. But if I click it here, see, I'm clicking it once. Clicking it once. So for some reason, it's calling that twice or more. I mean, it could be calling it 4 times. Whatever. So I don't know why. So one of the first things I tried is there's an on block interact start, there's an on block interact step, and then there's an on block interact stop, right? So imagine you're eating food. That's a start, step, and stop. One after another. That doesn't work. I couldn't get that to work. There's one other function that I was looking into. On block interact cancel, it's an override. So here's your start, your step, and your stop. And I used the fruit press for this because it was the most obvious example of this Boolean right mouse down thing that I used to fix it. But on block interact cancel, I don't know what cancel is. I could maybe use cancel. Enum cancel reason in released mouse, that might be. Well, I mean, let's try it. Because how I actually got it solved, this one click equals true. So what I'm basically doing is when you right click, the one click defaults to false. So I flip it to true. Then I set it to true, and then I pass the event. The next time it runs this, because remember, if for some reason it's triggering the event twice, when it comes in again and does it, this is flipped. So it doesn't actually run, it doesn't actually pass the event to the block entity the second time. So that doesn't swap it back, right? So it's an insert node, then it's an extract node, and then it goes insert node. So what this does is goes insert node, extract node, and then ignore. But in order to get this to reset, right, I wanted this to reset, I had to grab in-world action. I had to subscribe to the event whenever there was an interaction. This is a huge problem. This is a massively huge problem. And I'm sure Os could probably tell you why if he was listening. But
Never.
The problem is every single pipe block in the world would have to subscribe to this event. And I asked Tyrone, I sent him a message last night asking him if there's a better way. So I think what we're going to try is not subscribing to the event. Because imagine every single pipe block having that event subscribed and getting that event any and every time somebody interacts with the world. Not even interacts, doesn't even interact with the block, just in the world. That's a very, very bad thing. So I want to keep the Boolean here, but then let's do public override on block interact cancel if cancel reason equals dot released mouse one click equals false. Okay. I'm hoping when the player released the right mouse button, return false to deny the cancellation. We'll keep using the block until on interact step returns false. Okay. So really, really hope this does it. Okay, done with copy for now. Speaking of coffee, I miss coffee. His bright outlook on life, his cheery voice always improves the mood. So I'm really hoping that this event allows me to do this without subscribing to the event for every single pipe block. That would be really annoying. So here's the now it's not even swapping it. Why? Okay, so how are we going to figure out this? Well, let's go in here and say we're gonna track this and right click. One click. Why does one click equal true? So this is on client. Client. See how many times this is being... I don't know why this is being called so many times. So it's not actually... Okay. So if I break that, and I place this here, and then I break that, and I... Weird. Okay. So placing another block there, let's see if that reset the block entity at all. The only place one click equals true is set is right here, and this should not happen. I do not know, and we are on the client side right now. Why is this being set to true before it ever comes in here? This is okay. This is bizarre. This is really bizarre. Let's go over here to a completely different place. One click is still true. So it is not calling it's not actually calling on block internet cancel. It's not calling it. When the player released the right mouse button, see this would be a good. This is why I asked Tyrone, because I don't know why I'm right clicking the block and it's calling this many, you saw how many times I was having to iterate through this. It was calling it many times, and I don't know why. There really isn't I was looking for an event in the block entity, or the block, I should say, that just is called once, right? That I was looking for a first event thing. And that's what I started looking at, is the first event. Because there was some in here that actually references a first event. But that is essentially what I found. Is it was calling up in here somewhere, first event on the block entity, if I can find it, right in here. You can see that on block interact start, bool first event, way over to the side there, right underneath my ugly mug. So that first event Boolean is the this right mouse down. This is where I got the general code, right, for whether or not it's a first event. And that is what I used. Well, the fruit press uses that in-world interaction, right? So if the action is right mouse down and it's not on, right? So on is it, are you clicking it or are you not? Right? So that's what resets the interaction, or the first event. For me, it's fine having the fruit press do this. because there's how many in a world? At most 4 or 5, maybe an entire game. So 4 or 5 blocks capturing that event. Okay, it's a tiny little overhead, but it's fine. Versus pipes, which you could have dozens, maybe even hundreds of pipes on a world. That's a problem. Having every single pipe capture that event. That's a problem. So how then how do you fix that? I don't know. It's not calling the event that I thought it was calling. So this, for some reason, is not being picked up. It's not calling this. I don't know why. Seconds used. It's not even coming in here when I right click something. Not only that, but it should not be setting. It should not set that to true. Oh. One thing I think it is, because blocks, hear me out on this, because blocks are not unique, it's using the same block of code for all of them. So because it didn't reset the first time I right clicked, the cancel call was not set. And I don't know how to enable that. On block, interact, cancel. Let's see if anything in the game uses that. The current does. Okay. On block, interact, cancel. Because when you right click the kern, you can set the grinding on the top. But why doesn't it get called? Is it only called I don't know. Block MP is for the game. If you run into this, MP is mechanical power. So just know that was what that is. So do partial selection. Yeah, you have start, step, and stop, and then cancel. So the stop, I don't know what the difference between stop and cancel is. On block, interact, stop. I tried. This was the first thing I tried. On block, interact, stop. Called when the player successfully completed the using action. Always called once an interaction is over. But I'm not using anything. That's the problem, is I really, 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 really don't understand why this interact cancel is not being called. But I suppose, well, no. Unblock, interact, cancel is an override. So my guess is block again. Unblock, interact, cancel is a virtual. So this is where it's defined. So if we analyze this, what uses this? Handle, hand interaction, on game tick. Do I need to add anything to the block, maybe? Entity player, get block. Block does not equal null. Hand use. This should be. This should be triggering it. It really should. On game tick. It's literally system, mouse, in world interactions. This should be triggering unblock, interact, cancel. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't return base. What is the fruit press? No, it definitely returns the base. This returns true. Oh, there's a typo. Udpate. Udpate squeeze relative. Return true. How about returning true here? I really want to see this get called. Because if I individual that, if I make it, if that function gets called on for specifically interacting with the pipe, then yeah, see, it's just disappeared again. So I bet you if I went up here and captured this, this would be true when I come in here. Yeah. So it's not calling. It's not actually calling the cancel. I need to return. So let's compare the fruit press interact step or interact start. Where interact map there it is. I have no idea. Should return true if the event is handled, so that other events can occur. Eating a held item if the block is uninteractable. So, false if the interaction should be stopped. But if I return false, the interaction will not be synced to the server. That's a huge problem. I need to sync that with the server. Ooh, here's an interesting tidbit. First event or equals side equals server. That would be first event. So if this is true, if it's server, and this or equals, which would mean first event comes in. If this is true or true, that would be true. But if this is false coming in here, okay, so this is in the block entity, which is why this is kind of weird. But only running this on the server is something that I've thought about. Because, yeah, so, God, how do I solve this? If I only run this on the server, block entity, let's go here. And if I look at this, okay. And if I go to here, this is the code in this block here. This is the code here that switches that back and forth. And then after we get all the way through here, I set all of these up. I shape dirty it, right? Because the shape is dirty. If we come in here and we have a wrench, something happened. I'm not 100% sure what, but something happened with the shape. I might have, and this is not guaranteed, I might have switched some stuff around. So shape dirty equals true, and then mark dirty true, right? What this does is it resyncs with the client. So I probably could only run this on the server. So how about we do this? We are going to eliminate this because it's for some reason the game isn't running that anyway. We are going to remove this because it's not specific. It's not specific to the block entity that we're right-clicking on. So we're passing now the value to the block entity. And in here, I need possibly maybe to track that click. How about let's do this first. Let's look to see how many times the face index equals 6, right? Or API dot side equals dot client. So what this does here is it will bounce out of this if we're on the client side and only run this code when we're on the server. So both sides are executing the same code, but the server, like, that doesn't matter what the client does. The server overrides it every time. Like, the server just dumps the data into the client and the client updates it based on the from tree attributes, which is way down here. So we change stuff on the server. The mark dirty true resyncs everything with the client. So it sends all the data to the client and the client runs this code here. So let's look at this. The client is going to grab network ID, which doesn't matter because we're not doing anything with the network yet. I'm still trying to get all this other stuff to work. The extraction sides, we're going to grab those, which shouldn't be anything. Extraction nodes is probably going to be null because whatever, we're not going to have any extraction sides initially, except after we right click. So this is going to run through and it's going to grab all of the Boolean arrays that we're going to grab, and this should mark pipe dirty. This should rebuild the shape theoretically. Mark pipe dirty. I think what we want to do is, here's the problem with this, is the mark pipe dirty resets my shape dirty Boolean and will only mark the shape dirty. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. I don't think I want to mark the pipe dirty. I don't think this is what I want. I think I need shape dirty equals true. Because the mark pipe dirty, all that gets called when a neighbor block changes, or yeah, anytime a neighbor block changes or the block is placed, right? So when you place a pipe, it marks it dirty, and it specifically builds any connections that it can find. And if a neighbor block changes, it gets called to auto connect to a neighbor block. But when it loads from tree attributes, if the client loads, it's loading all those arrays. Marking the pipe dirty doesn't do anything because the arrays are already set. I'm not placing a block, so none of the blocks have changed. So marking the shape dirty Well, we'll make it so when the yeah, shape dirty. So redraw on client. Draw page, but not redraw. True. So when the server calls this function when it's loaded off of disk, when a chunk loads, this is when the server calls this. So we definitely want to mark the shape dirty and mark it dirty because it needs to be, the shape needs to be rebuilt. And then mark dirty again on the server will trigger the client to call this. And now when we're on the client, we mark it dirty, which actually redraws it. What I'm trying to avoid is an infinite mark dirty loop. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Triggers a block changed event on the client, but will not redraw the block. I do need to redraw the block. So let's see. How many times? Let's see if this fixes the thing. Let's see if the problem. God, I have to scroll all the way up here. Let's see if the problem was the fact that I was running this on the client and the server, and it was having some weird issues. I'm hoping the event is only fired once on the server. That's what I'm hoping. Okay, so we go to here. Nope. Block. There it is. So this will call regardless. So it'll call on the client and the server. But the function itself, the block entity code, should only ever get here when we are on the server side. So let's see. I'm going to put this here. See, that's a problem. You notice how it didn't build the shape? So mark pipe dirty. If we go back to block. Unblock. Jesus. Unblock placed. Mark pipe dirty. Okay. It should have. Why didn't this? This is weird. For some reason, it's not. That should connect. Why isn't it connecting to that? Why is this? This shouldn't matter. The change that I made here should not matter. This on player right click, the only thing I can think of is if we go back to the block, was it the block or the block entity? I think it was the block entity. Oh my god. Just all of the things. Shape dirty equals true. This is the only thing that I removed that would do that. But we're getting that value from the server. This is really interesting. Shape dirty, mark dirty. So when we place one block, I think it's updating the values, but it's not. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do here. I might need to switch the mark pipe dirty. Bool dirty shape equals false. Dirty shape. Essentially, setting this to false up here will make that variable optional and default to false, right? But if I wanted to override it, just like this mark dirty, right? So mark dirty default is false. So setting true, that overrides that. So rather than do that, I go to the bottom again here. Rather than do all of this, I don't need to do this or this. I would just go here, and then set true like that. And that will essentially kind of, on the client side at least, even though we should be getting all these sides from the server, we may not be getting them after the block is placed on the server. Because that event is firing on both client and server at not the same time, but I'm assuming that they're going to be they're doing it in parallel. So the event is fired on the server and the event is fired on the client. And when the server is done with that, it syncs with the client, and then the client sort of overrides it. So let's see what this does. It's nice having my two chats up here. Good Lord.
Yeah, it's handy to have easy access to them.
Okay. So, there we go. There we go. Now we're talking. Now let's see how insane this is going to be. Okay, so we should be API.side is server, so we're definitely on the server. So if I hit F5, it'll run and then see how if we pop into here again. Yeah. For some reason, now we're on the server again. Extraction sides. Extraction sides. Base index is still false. Insertion sides of face index is false. Base index is 1. So this is false. This is false. Extraction sides is false. How are both of those false? That should not happen. Why is this running? Look how many times this is running. I right-clicked it once. Oh, shit. You see my... Did you see? Okay. So something really bizarre is going on. Let's track. Again, we're going to do private bool 1 click equals false. How do we want to do this? Me too. I need to think about this for a second. Take a little bio break. We'll be right back. Okay. How do I ensure this is only going to get run once? And then how do I reset the value back? I want to know why this event gets triggered so many times on the server. I mean, is it called every frame when you right click? Doesn't tell you how often it gets called. My thought is it gets called every tick. I bet you that's what happens. Is when you right click, even though your fingers only does it for a fraction of a second, that's still a lot of events. Because that's how, like, when you eat something and you hold right click, it actually is like seconds past, right? So, but I don't know how to introduce a way to reset that first event flag because on block interact cancel doesn't work. It wasn't even called. On block interact stop isn't called at all. Any ideas would be greatly appreciated because I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, without capturing that mouse event, which I don't want to do. because that means the pipe block code, that event is literally called every time you interact with something. Any and every time. Which is not ideal. It kind of just throws all of the performance stuff that I did already just out the window. Any other iterations on first event? Yeah, I don't know how all these blocks, like, root, press, curt. Yeah, there's actually not a lot of blocks that use the cancel. See, this one returns false. The step returns false. Wonder if that is... What is the... Return false to stop the interaction. There's got to be a solution here that I'm not seeing. So if we go to block quern, whatever, the step actually returns false, or can grind. Can grind. Turn false. So can grind if the item in the quern can't be ground, it returns false. If any of this stuff up here is false, it returns false. So does that mean it automatically runs the interact stop? Like, I'm trying to figure out Like, what about the quern allows these things to actually get called? Because block interaction album, I don't think it's in here because it's just, this is just what comes up when you're looking at help, like what you do. On entity collide, whatever. This basically will spin you on the top of the thing if you're standing on top of it. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything. If we peek at the actual block types, machine, no. Mechanics? No. Stone. Quern. Okay. It's not in the behavior. Entity behavior, MP consumer. I don't think it would be under that. Block class, block quern. That's what we're looking at. Don't think it's the entity behavior that does it. Definitely the block. I don't know why. I don't know why the interaction events are not being run. It does not make sense to me why I can put them in here. Start, step, stop, and cancel, and they're not actually being run. So let's do override on block step, override on block stop, override on block cancel, and I'm going to put a breakpoint at all of them. I just want to see like what happened. Because it doesn't make sense to me that they're not called at all. They're events. They should fire at those events. I don't understand why they're not. Okay, the step is seconds used, 0.01. Interact stop, second used. Yeah, it's literally. Oh. What side am I on? Okay, I'm on the server. Oh my god. This is client, server, client, server, client, client, server, server, client, server, client, server. Client, server. See? Now it's not. You saw how many times it was iterating through that? I hate getting stuck on stuff like this. Why is it calling? Why is it calling this stuff so many times? Why is it calling start, step, and stop so many times? I don't understand why the client and the server would call those over and over and over and over and over again with one single right click. I don't understand it. Called once an interaction is over. So why is it called like 4 times for one single click? And that's like 4 times on each the client and the server. So why is it called so many times? I don't understand. I don't know if that's a base game bug or what. It seems to be. It seems like there's something fundamentally wrong with this process. If these events are called over and over and over and over again, client and the server I can understand, but the fact that they're run so many times on each side means something fundamentally in the tree that calls this stuff. The fact that it's calling it over and over and over and over again for one single event is wrong. It should call it once, right? It should call start once, then step should be called as it's going, and then stop should be called once it's done. Cancel, I don't know what the difference between cancel and stop is, right? Called when the player successfully completed the action, or cancel when the player released the right mouse button.
Is it possible that by debugging it, you're kind of breaking it a little bit, so it's triggering multiple times because it hasn't like resolved your click midway?
I mean, that could be, but I wasn't debugging the start. I was debugging step. So if I debug, let's say, stop, this should only fire when the player successfully completed the action. Always called once an interaction is over, right? So this should be called, this trigger, this breakpoint should be called after I release the mouse button. Right? That's essentially what this should be. And if I hit F5 on that and load it up. So the expectation for me is either on the client or the server or both. That breakpoint hits as soon as I release the mouse button, right? So it should be triggered only once on each client and server. So if I place it and then right click it, right, unblock, interact, stop. And if I hit a 5, we are on the client. Now we're on the server. Now we're on the client. Now we're on the server. Client, server, client, server, client, server, client, server. You can see how many times this is being called. Yeah. You can see it. So it's called continuously for some reason.
Strange.
It should only trigger once for the client and then once for the server, and that's it. But it's for some reason it's called continuously. So how about I try to do this? On block interact stop. That's a void. So how about on this, rather than return this, return false to stop the interaction. I'm going to return false on this, and we'll see what happens to this. And then I'm going to hot reload, which is a beautiful function, and then right click this again. So here we are, seconds used, and then F5, there's the server, client, server, client, server, client, server, client, server. It just bounces back and forth, even though this should explicitly only do that once, right? The cancel is never hit when the player released the right mouse button, right? Why is this not being called at all? The interact cancel isn't even called when I release the mouse button. That's what I really, really need. When I release the mouse button, I want to reset that flag, the run once. I want to set that flag back so it doesn't constantly trigger. This is why I wish Tyrone would actually pop into chat. Or, I mean, I would give him voice. I would give him voice. I don't know how good his English is, but, like, this really bothers me. When I run into things like this is what really bothers me, because I have no idea why this is happening. Nor can I kind of back up and debug, like, why this is being triggered so often. The stop command, the stop event should happen once. But it's not. It's continually running constantly. For some reason. I don't know why. Debugging, it shouldn't matter when I'm debugging. It should hit that event because the event is fired. And when I hit F5 to run, like just run, it shouldn't trigger it again. It should trigger once and then pass through that, and that's it. If I look at onBlock interact stop and look at where that's coming from block, right? OnBlock interact stop. This is the virtual here tells me this is the origin, so I can analyze this and see what is using this. Handle hand interact. See how many, so I'm looking for generic stuff, right? So this is on the client side, and this down here is on the server side. That's fine. Having a different side for client and server is a-okay. All of the individual implementations I'm not caring about. It's the what is triggering this, and if I look, handle hand interaction, like this right here is triggering over and over and over and over again. On block interact stop in the handle hand interactions. And if I look at what's using that, is actually in the tick. So on game tick is handling that, but why is it handling it many, many, many times? It should trigger it once, not many times. And this is why there's a huge problem. On game tick, obviously, this is being used by, this goes up up the tree of crazy of how many things happen on a game tick, but this hand interaction is constantly continually calling on these game ticks, and game ticks are happening much faster. And so it's like it's not a true event in that case. So how can I so obviously cancel is completely pointless. I think cancel is like if you're right clicking and then hit like escape or something like that. Like, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on what the difference between stop and cancel is. If I do that, and I do that, without the step, is stop canceled? And then let's do this. And one click equals true. One click equals false. So what happens if I explicitly tell it, like what happens if I just do this once and then reset it down here? This stop might not even be run. Oh, it is run. Okay. And there it runs again. There it runs again, and again, and again. Yeah, see, it's not. It's not. It's. God damn it. So I wonder. God, I wonder if there's anybody who has ever tackled something like this. This really bothers me. God, this bothers me so much. Why this event? Is there a block entity? No, see, I pretty sure I looked. Yeah. Unblock broken, unblock placed, unblock removed, unblock unloaded. Those are the entity interactions. And then we have game pack or packets. Really trying to make sure I don't do that. So again, to summarize, what I'm trying to avoid is capturing a very common event, input event for every pipe block. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Desperately. So, assuming and we can probably put this back to where it was. Because this is the event here, in-world action. It's only on the client. To be fair, it's not on the server. Right? So only the client is running this. Which I don't even think the server sappy.input. Yeah, see the so the flag is being flipped only on the client. Which isn't a big deal. But how does the server... God, I don't know. That's a huge problem. Like, how does the server reset that variable? Because if it only happens on the client, that's a problem. I would need to send a packet, essentially a block entity packet, to the server in that case. And that's again, I looked at FruitPress. It has this Boolean here, and right here, right, API.sign got client, and then onBlock interact start sets that to true. It returns the result, which I don't really care. But in that event, right? So imagine this is being run on the server as well. It sets that to true, but the false here, this is only run on the client. So the very next time you right click, how does this get set back to false on the server if this is only run on the client? And just to double check that, I can go here and put a breakpoint here and then go conditions and say API.side equals dot server, right? And so the breakpoint will only trigger when that condition is set. And yeah, if I run this, not sure if debugging like this actually spams the authentication server to a bad point. So placing this and then right-clicking it. Now it's not working at all. Well, it was working. But obviously, it's not setting it. Why isn't it setting it? It's not setting it because now I've limited the block entity function to the client or to the server. So block pipe base. Let's do here. One click equals false. Side is client. One click equals true. One click equals true. Side equals server. So it's not being run. Okay. So let's F5. Oh, Jesus. I hate how many times that shit is called. So if I place it again, the server side should be false the first time it runs. Oh, Jesus. I have to replace the breakpoint. F9 conditions API.side equals dot server. Okay. So now this should only breakpoint on the server side. And one click for some reason is true. Why is this true to start on the server? This doesn't make any sense. Is it because it's never reset? Because that's global. That's one of the problems is that value is global to all pipes, right? All the blocks that are pipes, that's where that value is. It's not coming from the block entity. So one click here. If only these events actually only ran once. That would fix all of my problems. Every one of them. If the event was triggered once and that's it. But the fact is they're constantly triggered as you, like, even with the milliseconds that your mouse is being held down, it's constantly triggering it. Yeah, the unheld, these are while you're holding the block. So I would have to hold the pipe and right click. And I already have one of those done, so you can actually place the pipe on top of other pipes. I had to grab that. So I don't think there's any other unpick block. Middle mouse click on the block. On server. I hate having a stream where all we do is try to solve one problem. I just hate not having any progress. But set temperature, no, all this stuff. Yeah. So by limiting, yeah, I don't know why the value is defaulted to true. Maybe if I ran this once. Let's try a fresh, yeah, because this, when this instantiates, this should set to false. And I'm not syncing that value. I could limit the update. I could limit the event to server side only. Oh, that's nice. That's a bug. So one click is false. And we are on the server. Which should go through just fine. But for some reason, it's not reflecting that on the client. Maybe if I build... Nope. We've actually gone backwards today. Because now it's not syncing that block to the client. So I think this is wrong. Because if we only did this on the server, technically it should sync it to the client, but for some reason, yeah, you'd think that this would maybe I have to mark it dirty. Okay, let's try that. There it is. Yeah, sometimes breakpoints do interfere with the workings of it. So we're kind of back to where we were, but yeah, I'm not sure like what since we've right-clicked that so many times. I want to come up here. I want to see. So it is not an extraction. So when we right-click it, that's not good. That tells me. Yep. All right. So that is only being called on the client. You can see it disappeared after I placed the block because a neighbor block changed, which then triggered it to redraw the block. So the block itself wasn't actually set, right? It wasn't set to that. Right? It disappears because the block, the server resyncs that block. So what we see here is the client reflecting that information. We're not seeing what the server is. This is not on the server, and you can tell that by doing that. The server is then overriding the value. So anytime you're doing a mod or something and something weird like that happens, that is a client-server sync issue. You're not pushing that. You're not pushing that to the server because the server is not resetting that flag. Only the client is setting that flag. Or I should say resetting that flag. So this functionality here doesn't work. It just doesn't. We have to figure out another way of doing this. But I don't know how to reset that value. I honestly don't know. Once you do one event, how do you prevent yourself from doing it again? So one option, here's one option. You grab the So I already grabbed the block entity. So I already have access to the block entity, which is unique to this position. So I can grab what that face is. Yeah, that doesn't work either. Because I could detect what actually that node is. Let's say it's an insert node. I can look at it and go, oh, this is an insert node. We're going to set it to an extract node, right? I can just detect that. But then when the event is called again, it's going to say, oh, no, this isn't an insert node. This is an extract node. But how do I reset the variable that ensures that we only change it once? Because the function is called over and over and over and over and over again. So I know now that I can't use this because the server doesn't reset the value. What's the point? So let's take this away. This doesn't change anything, so I don't care about that. Yeah, I would love some idea on this. This is just not making any sense as to why. So, an example of a complex way of handling this kind of thing is in the catenary mod. We have something called a wire placer workspace. And this is an object that is created when you're placing wires and you right-click a node. It builds this for every player. And the catenary mod manages these objects. So when you right-click, I think the block wire actually passes that event. On-held attack, no. On-held attack? Left mouse button. Oh, that's cancel. Unloaded. Get drops, try place. On interact. I can't remember. At this point, I can't even remember. I got this part of the mod working, and I haven't been back to it. Tannery mod. There's an on interact in here. But this has a lot of client server, on data from client, on data from server, on wire data from server. Because this actually pushes updates, right? On data from client. So this is only called on the server. And I am building these packets up, wire connection data. Oh my god, the dogs across the alley are just Jesus. Somewhere in here is the on interact wired block. Wasn't I thought I was in here already. Oh, right. This is okay. It's not the wire that calls it, it's the actual wired block base class. So like the machine or the relay is actually calling it. That's okay. Now I understand. So I could set up a system similar to this for the pipes and track placing pipes or interacting with pipes. But I think that's massive overkill. Just trying to figure out, trying to reset the flag so it doesn't get called over and over and over again. Um, so how can I determine just trying to set one thing? How about, okay, here's a vague idea. So instead of one click, how about set extract? Um, oh, no, it doesn't. No matter what I do, because the event is called independently multiple times, the next time I go in, it's I'm going to switch that flag back, right? It's inevitable because the event is called many, many, many times. I could put a bouncer on it. This is what Fortress Craft Evolved did. I would like when you load. If anybody out there played Fortress Craft Evolved with the best mod that I can think of that uses this is the Mark II excavator. So what I had to do with the Mark II excavator is all of the shortcut keys that you use to set all of the variables. I had to put a bouncer on those that bounced the keys back out, because you would hit, like, let's say, I forget what even the keys were, but like home and end would set the radius, right? So you would hit home, and just in the fraction of a second that you would hit home, it would trigger that event many, many, many times in that fraction of a second. And so I had to put a bouncer on it that limited to a small amount, like 0.25 seconds, the number of times that it would trigger. So I think I could possibly do that here. So let's put a protected float wrench bouncer equals 0.25. Let's try this first. Okay. Now we want, well, let's say 0.0 wrench bouncer. Okay. Then on player right click. Oh, we don't have any delta time, do we? How do we get the time step? Let's look at world.time. No. Run? No. Server? No. I want a little function. I don't want to. I got to think about this for a second. I'm going to be right back. All right. iWorld accessor. Where, oh dear, is the runtime? Anybody know offhand out there in the ether? Calendar? Like what? iGame calendar. No, it's
Yeah,
not
I'm
that.
not familiar enough to know.
Elapsed milliseconds. There it is. Amount of milliseconds elapsed since startup. Okay, so what we can do is grab that value, store it in the block entity. So if we come up here and say private long bounce ms start equals 0L, right? So what we want to do is grab, yeah, it's not a float. It's elapsed milliseconds. So if we come in here and say if bounce ms start equals 0, well, how do we want to do this? Bounce ms start equals 0. World dot elapsed. Come on, elapsed milliseconds. If, okay, amount of milliseconds elapsed since startup. So we're grabbing that value if we're at 0, which means, like, let's say this is the first event to come in here. We're coming in here, bounce ms start equals 0. We're setting the elapsed milliseconds, right? And then we need to okay. Do I start it at 0 or do I? Because I just need to compare if world dot elapsed milliseconds minus bounce ms start is greater than 0. Oh, no, 250. Well, let's do. How do I want to do this? My brain, because I'm streaming, my brain is having trouble putting all these thoughts in order. I want to have it run once. And only once. Until the difference between the two is greater than 250, which would mean a quarter of a second. I mean, I could set it to 0.5 as well, 500. That's a half a second. So it'll run once, and then and a half a second will have to go by before it runs again. It might not be enough. I could probably do a second there, but we can tune that later. If world at elapsed milliseconds minus bounce ms start. So the first time it comes in here, this will be 0. So this will be elapsed milliseconds minus 0. Which will be a very big number. But in here, okay, so the very first call, this is going to get set to elapsed milliseconds. This calls this minus this equals 0. Which is not greater than 500. So the first time it runs in, this will actually, this if statement will trigger. God, I wish there was a delta time somewhere in here, but yeah, this does not get past a delta time because it's not a tick event. It is called every tick, but as you probably might have seen in when I was debugging it, the seconds elapsed between events was like 0.01 to 0.003. Like it was triggering those events extremely fast. Like every millisecond, it was like every millisecond it seemed like it was pushing it out. So trying to remember way back in the day, like what I was specifying the bouncer to be. Bounce millisecond start equals 0. Set it to equal that. Once MS start. How about I do this? So the first time this comes in, elapsed milliseconds minus bounce MS start. And bounce MS start will equal 0. So this will be true. Because 500 milliseconds, obviously, elapsed milliseconds will be very, very high. It could be in the trillions by the time we get, like a server could be incredibly large numbers here. If I subtract these two, The first time it comes in will be this. Trying to do this with just one variable, my brain is hurting. If I do okay. So let's look at this code in terms of the first time it runs, right? I right click, bounce MS starts at 0. Comes in here and says elapsed milliseconds, which could be a huge number. Could be several hundred to many thousands, millions, billions, whatever. Minus 0 is going to be greater than 500. Because literally, that call is saying within a half a second of the world loading, not going to happen. So that sets the bounce MSR to 0. The very next thing says, if it's equal to 0, set it to the elapsed milliseconds, right? And then run the rest of the code. And let's say it triggers again, but this time bounce MS start has a large number, very, very close to elapsed milliseconds. Subtracting those two will not be greater than 500, right? Because the very next call could be just a couple milliseconds later. So that is false, right? That minus that is not greater than 500, so that is false, which doesn't come in here, which means we need an else return. Okay, this is the bouncer right here. This is what's bouncing me out. So this will call over and over and over and over and over again until this is true. And as soon as this is true, the bouncer resets. It skips this, and then it resets the milliseconds again. So what are the odds? What are the odds that this actually works? I hate having to do this kind of stuff, but because the block events are run many times, and they're not just single events, yeah, this is a bug too. The fact that we can load a world. We load the block there, but we don't reset it. That's a problem. Why is this? Yeah, see, 56,000. So this should set it back to 0. We should see the 0. We should set it back, and then we should run it. Right? Why are these? Why are these so different? Okay. Let's do 2500. So 2500 might be too much. 1500? No. That's 2000 would be 2 seconds. To me, that is. Jesus. Why is that so quiet all of a sudden? Damn it. Thought I was onto something there, but. Why is it doing that? Why is it flashing like that? Let's limit this again. Is this do that? Let's try this. It might be the client and the server are just not communicating fast enough. The debouncer, I mean, 2 seconds is an eternity in code. It should not immediately flip, right? It shouldn't like flip like that, and that is just, yeah, that's a bug I'm gonna have to track down. Why? That is weird. So 1,000, 2, 1,000. 1,000, 2, 1,000. So what happens then if we knock this down to 1,000? 1 second in between. Right? 1,000. Yeah, see, it's like it works. It's working the way I want it to work, right? It is working. It's just not very fast. So let's go back. Let's do 750. I'm just trying to tune this bouncer. Right? Reasonable. It's not going to be super fast. And let's see, client server sync. I think that yeah, that works. You can't do it like quick, like click, click. You can't do that, but you know, a little less than a second. I think any shorter than that would probably not work. My original 500, that's a half a second. That actually works. Okay. So a command bouncer, again, that was a technique I learned from Fortresscraft. Then we got to figure out why. If I leave this like this, and I save and leave world, quit, and I go down here, come on, all the way down. Mark pipe dirty. Mark dirty. When I load back in again, this loads from disk. Remember, I'm not caching, I'm not saving the shape. The shapes are built at runtime and cached after they're generated. So from tree attributes means the shape doesn't matter on the server. It really doesn't. The fact that the pipe block is there and it has all the variables and everything like that, it's just a lot easier to debug with everything if everything is synced together. Yeah, this should mark pipe dirty. Go to definition. If for all faces, if shape dirty, mark dirty true. If shape dirty, rebuild shape. So maybe because I'm not setting the variable, right? Because when I set shape dirty, that is what I'm grabbing. But I'm also setting it up here. Shape dirty equals dirty shape, which I'm passing in. So I should be automatically setting that shape dirty. So the next time it goes tessellation, which is mark dirty here. So why is it when the client loads this, this call here sets the shape dirty on the client. 100% sets the shape dirty, which automatically does this here. I already do this call, so I shouldn't need this call. Because this one does it. This one does it anyway. So let me put a breakpoint on this and a condition. API not equal null and API dot side equals dot server. Or no, client. And then 5. Why wasn't it called? Okay. I think. Um. I hate. There we go. Okay. So, what happened, what seems to have happened, is you're not guaranteed the API value is set in here. Um, so, if we go to definition here, I don't think we access API anywhere in here. Which is why it hasn't crashed horribly before. But let's try. Let's try setting that. Remove this breakpoint so it doesn't crash on me again. Because setting that shape dirty should force the system to rebuild the shape on the client. Why? Oh my god. Rebuild shape. Notice how it didn't do anything here. If I grab some dirt. Um, okay, so if we look at our watch list here, disconnected sides of F, connection sides of F, insertion sides of F, extraction sides of F. Here's what I'm looking at. You can actually see it. I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to take this one off. I don't really reference this call stack output thing very often, but I reference the watch list all the time. Okay, so connection sides. Okay, so here we have an insertion side true. Connection sides. Okay. Okay, so that built that. So why are these not getting generated? I think what I have to do is basically force it. Can I force it? I can't. I can't call rebuild shape. Well, let's try. Rather than doing this, if API does not equal null, rebuild shape. Possibly, maybe this will help. I don't know how many times from tree attributes is called when the block is loaded in. But it does load all of these. Unfortunately, we use the API call in rebuild shape. So the big question is now, is it going to actually build the shape? Because it loads everything here, but does it resend them again when the world actually renders? I have no idea. Okay. So the only way... God, how are we gonna... This is why in like having a little probe or something that you can click this and sort of get a UI that has a bunch of variables and stuff. Um, hmm. Yeah, what do you want? We're sleeping on the couch, nice and peaceful. Oh, just in case. Um. So this is obviously I really wish. So it's on tessellation. When is this called? I really should eliminate all but one pipe so it doesn't call this over and over and over and over and over again. Shape dirty is true. Rebuild shape. Mesh data. Let's see. If we skip over this, mesh data should no longer be null. And I can't really see what mesh data is doing. No, not mesher. Why is it not seeing? Not what I wanted to goddamn click on. Mesh data. This exact thing down here. So look at. Thank you very much. I mean, I can maybe look at like, I don't know, indices count, like maybe pull that information, but another null. What am I missing? It is doing what it needs to do to rebuild the shapes, but it's not. It's not building the shape. It's not. All right, let's. Okay. I'm gonna save and leave. having that being an extraction node, it might crash. I'm still trying to get extraction nodes to behave. But this really should be rebuilding the shape. I think maybe the problem is the API. No. Mesh data does not equal null. Out mesh data, yeah, that's... This should be building the shape. It's like it's not grabbing. This is really bizarre. If shape dirty. I wonder if it's just hitting this. I bet you this is what it is, and this is why it's the default mesh. Because that API call is API is not set in that first shot. No, I'm not hitting it. You see this? This was an extract node when I exited. What are the odds that this is gonna behave? Yeah, it's hard to know what the order of operation is because it looked like it called the on tessellation before it actually ran the placed block function, because yeah, this could be bad. It's weird. This is the first I've had this problem of it not generating the shape from the start. Okay, so when is the on? Ow, claws. Um, yeah, this is I haven't had this problem up till now. For some reason, I did something that caused this problem. I don't know. Yeah, what was that? Huh? You're so weird. So I think I have to go up to initialize. Okay. Okay. So I think my order of operations are backwards. I should come down here. This just loads the stuff from the server. Then I need to come up here. Get back to what I was thinking of. I don't know when the tessellation happens, but I'm hoping. There we go. Okay. So now, really? I fix one problem and there's another problem. Why is this not working now? I hear the purrs, cat. I do. And as cute as it is, I know you're going to just jump off my lap here in about a minute or two. Okay, so what this is telling me yes. Okay. Okay. So I do still need to update these. Because I was right clicking and setting that pipe on the server. The server was sending the data, but I wasn't reflecting that on the client. I wasn't updating that shape. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. That was the big issue. Um, yeah, there's a big bug with that. So let's save and leave, and then go back up to do that. Because remember, this is only getting run on the server. Because I don't care what the client does. The event runs on the server. Bouncer and stuff is on the server. That's fine. Because we never get past this point here on the client. But when the server runs through, we are marking it dirty. So marking it dirty resyncs it with the client. So this code only, this entire function is only ever run on the server. All this stuff, coming down here and into here. Although this is a problem. Yeah, this is a problem. This has to run on the client. Only the client has GUI. Darn it. What do I... Getting plumes of cat hair coming up off the cat. Plumes of it.
The joys of fluffdom.
Yeah. Um. So So now we're kind of back to what I was struggling with yesterday. Um, and just to show everybody. And this might cause me to have to completely redo something. This is going to crash. Oh, what? This has crashed literally every time. GUI title pipe extract east. I thought I had that. GUI title pipe extract. Interesting. Okay. ID is 7. This will crash. No? Okay. Now that I know that exists, I might be able to grab this. So let's figure out first and foremost why that damn GUI was not the correct title. extract dialog title. GUI title pipe extract. GUI title pipe extract. Plus no, I want sometimes. Try that. Okay, so here's the problem. And let me try to explain this. Oh, I actually got a message. Counselor, put a little message to send in chat when on tessellation. Oh, that would, yeah, that would cause some problems. On tessellation is called a lot, but yeah. So the problem that I was hitting yesterday and the day before, I was just beating my head against it, which was why it surprised me when it worked. The problem was the packets that are sent, right? So the block entity container or block entity open container, any block entity container, anything that contains an inventory, right? There's a built-in system for packets when slots are modified. There's an underlying packet system in the base game that runs the entire inventory management system. And to normal modders, you don't ever have to touch that because it's all handled for you, right? When you're sending packets back and forth, usually you customize the packet for something specific. So when you look at on received client packet, you can see 103 or 1003 here. This is if somebody changes the drop down for the distribution mode, I send a custom packet from the GUI. If we can come in here and look at somewhere in here on selection change, I'm sending a block entity packet with this packet ID with some custom bytes, which is the tree that I built, right? So I'm sending a custom packet, but the system that it's sending over is a built-in system. And it's also used, if we go down to send inventory packet, this is the code that you see on the GUIs when it sends. So this object is built. This object is built in this system, and it is basically it used to be when I first started modding, the entire packet system was all like obfuscated. It was all scrambled code, and you didn't really know what happened. So like packet, when I was debugging this object, it reported as a packet client. That was all scrambled. There was no way to see any of the details, but they've since, I think because I was poking at it and trying to figure out how it worked, Tyrone decided to open up all the objects so you could actually see underneath the hood and what actually was going on. So now this object, when I clicked that slot, it sent this packet. And so what it was trying to do is this, right? The 1000, the 101, and the 1000 and 101, those are custom packets that are sent for opening and closing the inventory. You can see that I'm actually trying to open it. And I had to customize this because I needed to know what face index that I was trying to open, because I needed to actually tell the system, the underlying engine, the player wants to open this inventory. So the game tracks all of the inventories that you have access to independent of the GUIs, right? So there's a list on the server of all of the GUIs that you have open, which is how you can have a screen full of GUIs. You can have your inventory open, you can have your hotbar, and you can have a bunch of chests open. You can have a ton of inventories open, right? That is being tracked in the underlying system. And so the game needs to know when you open and close those inventories. So it doesn't just follow you around everywhere. That would be bad. But because I have the inventories in a single block space, I can have up to 6 extraction nodes. Realistically, 5 would only ever be used. 6 would be stupid because it wouldn't do anything. But I can have up to 6 extraction nodes in one block space. All of those have an inventory. So I need to differentiate between which inventories are open. And so the inventory of the extraction node includes the face, right, in the inventory name. It includes the face. If I go to inventory class name, you can see it includes the face code, which is so you have pipe inventory, face code, plus the position equals a unique identifier for each inventory. So that allows me to then have multiple, you can have multiple inventories, multiple extraction nodes open at once. Now, the problem is the base game is built for each block entity only ever having one inventory, right? Only ever one. So it assumes the GUI that's loaded automatically has the inventory that is set. The problem is, if I go into maybe bookmarks, do I have this? I probably don't. If I go in here, block entity openable container, and I look at on received client packet, this is the call that is run whenever you interact with an inventory for the block entity. Again, 101 and 1000 are opening and closing. And obviously, I had to customize this with the individual face code, right? That is encoded in the data that initially, with these 2 packet IDs, that data is null. So I encode the face code in the data, and I use that with 101 and 1000. Unfortunately, what I was running into yesterday, and I was sort of just bashing my head against the wall, is trying to figure out when you interact with the inventory of a node, of an extraction node, what data is sent, right? What data is sent? And because this is the inventory, right? It's assuming the inventory is the block entity, a single inventory, whereas I need one extra bit of information. I need one extra bit. And the only way to get that data, I think, because in here it's a generic byte, right? But when I send it, when I receive it in the block entity, because the pipe extract, the GUI that's open is sending an inventory packet to the block entity, right? And the block entity is the pipe block, not the individual node. So I have to then hand off this object, this send block entity packet is being captured by this, and the data is automatically stripped. I actually found that code, send inventory packet, send block entity packet. So if I do a search for that, and I look at network API on the client, here is the object. You can see packet client is automatically serialized from the packet. This.game.serialized packet is the packet client, is the object. So it's automatically being converted into byte data. So what is included in that? If we now go to packet client, which we used to not have access to, is there anything I can put in here? Any possible data that I could discern in there? So if we then, I have a breakpoint on this, right? So if I hit F5, what I want to know is the variables inside of packet client. A, do I have access to any custom variables? And this might crash. I have no idea. Like, yeah, there's a lot of really touchy code around extraction nodes. So I didn't save this as an extraction node. So let's set that. Open the inventory. Now, when I click this, it should trigger that breakpoint. Now, the object here is the packet client, so it automatically knows what it is. And there's not a whole lot. Activate inventory slot. It actually has a target inventory ID. Okay, that is interesting. That is interesting. Because that tells me which inventory that I actually need to send this to. All of the other data here, null. Yeah, that's all the other data. Entity interaction, entity packet. I don't think there's a lot here. Okay. So, number 7, ID 7, is an activate inventory slot ID. And we actually have a possible way. Possibly. How do we... Ow. I'm going to remove that. Now, if we go to the block entity, network API, block entity open, or let's do container. Okay. So this has the base, I think. Openable, derived, openable container. On received client packet. So this is where I was getting that. Packet ID is less than 1,000. I'm going to hand it off to the inventory, but I need to make sure that I hand it off to the right inventory. And then mark the chunk modified. So I'm just straight up, if the packet ID is less than 1,000, I'm just straight up handing this over to the inventory. So we need to figure out how to do that. One thing we could possibly do is edit the inventory ID to make it easily splittable. So possibly maybe if we go to pipe extraction node, okay, so we see the face index, inventory.late initialize inventory class name. We are sending in the face code. So what I can do is I can take this and go face code dash, right? So it's going to be like east dash pipe inventory slash x slash y slash z. So if I split on the dash, this should be my base code that I need to then set. Okay. So this is going to be kind of gnarly. Let's see if we can't figure this out. Packet client PC equals serializer util.deserialize packet client data. That gets me the data. That gives me the packet client. If PC dot activate inventory slot, which is that value, does not equal null. Let's look at what one level deeper, handle client packet. What does this do? Excuse me. It was inevitable with the cat around. Here we go, right in here. So as you can see, case 7, case 8. So source inventory target. So when you try to place something, and there is a case 9, damn it. So what I can do, rather than this shenanigans, is come in here to my GUI, because my GUI, I should have a face index here. What I'm thinking is Where's my onslaught modifier? There it is. No, that's not. There it is. In the inventory pack. This is auto-generating the packet, right? Why can't I inform the inventory directly? Right? I mean, this is sending it to the server. Ah. God, it would be nice to be able to just send this directly to the pipe extraction node.inventory, right? It would be so nice. Okay, so what I want to do is custom packet equals new. Can we please? Custom packet dot set bytes. God damn, sometimes the autocomplete is just way off. Packet really? Serialize util. Can we please? Thank you. Dot serialize packet. I love it when it just is like, oh, client obj. You're going to tell me object as packet client. Okay. So object okay. I'm gonna set What am I missing? Okay. This is kind of a janky way to try to solve this. So 1005. Okay. We want to do tree attribute packet equals okay. We're grabbing the byte data. Okay, and then we want serializer util dot deserialize packet dot get bytes. Don't assume you know what the hell I'm trying to do here sometimes, please. Is going to be keyed to packet. Okay. And then int face code, int face c equals packet dot get int. Pretty sure it's just face code, face index. Okay, face index. What about face I? Okay. Now, so that basically should encode my byte data with the original packet and then with the face index. And then I should, if extraction nodes of face I, face I does not equal null, extraction nodes of face I dot inventory dot handle, wait, what? Dot inventory network util. What? What? Oh my God. Why, dear God, why does the interface require you to return the I inventory item? Right? But the I inventory item, Jesus, inventory is crazy. I inventory item doesn't actually reference what you need to reference. Only the inventory base introduces that inventory network util. So I need to cast this as pipe inventory because this is stupid. Dot inventory network util dot handle client packet. By player packet ID. From player comma, pc.packid, comma, serialize util dot serialize PC. And then I reconverted back into byte array. There's really no way around that little problem, but at the very least, I'm now handing this off to the right inventory, right? Inventory network util, handle client packet, serializer, and yeah, I'm re-encoding the packet back into a byte array. Or I could, instead of doing that, I could just do grab. Yeah, I could just do this. That might save me a couple clock cycles. Just passing the raw packet back. But I do need to deserialize it because I need to get the ID out of it. Because the ID could be 7, 8, or 9, depending on what you're trying to do with the inventory. So I need to pass this into the proper inventory from this face index. Yeah, changing the actual inventory name, right? Doing this would have worked had I had access to that variable in this, right? In this area. Yeah. So there's 7. So that activate inventory slot, yeah, that would give you the inventory, but these other ones are different. Yeah, they're different ways of handling the inventory. Yeah, and they're different types of packets. So the packet client, yeah, that's the master packet type, and then that packet has little other bits of data in it. So, in a perfect world, this will work. So, what are the odds this works, right? First time. The other thing I need is give item. So, set this. Open this. Uh-oh. Oh, whoops. Oops. I'm overriding that now. I'm not sending a 7 or an 8. I'm sending 1005, and then from there, I'm splitting it. I'm passing it along with its regular old ID. It still doesn't. Why is it not grabbing that? That bothers me. It's putting a coal in here, and I did not put a coal in. Oh, damn it. Type is not expected. Invalid operation. What? Maybe I have to use this? No, that wasn't where it was erroring out. It was erroring out here. Really? It's not overridden? It's not used by anything? Where it uses this then? Because I know I've seen it. Okay, maybe. Ooh. Is there a serialize? Serialize to bytes. Wow. This is this is way deeper than I thought it was going to be. But okay, so let's do packet client serializer dot serialize to bytes. Packet client. That's your object. Okay. Then on the other side of that fence, deserialize static packet client deserialize buffer int length. What is this Saito memory stream? That's oof. It's returning the instance, but you have to pass in the instance. Okay. Deserialized buffer. So let's equals new packet client. Packet client. Client packet. God, I just used it and I can't even remember. Packet client serializer. Packet client serializer. Deserialize buffer. Byte buffer. Packet dot get bytes of packet. Damn it. Length. I just byte array p equals p dot length pc. Deserialize buffer. Sending in the buffer. The length of the buffer, which you would think that it would it would automatically know the length. Yeah, the only thing that's weird is why would you have it return, right? You have it returned, but it also changes it, right? So this is not setting the packet equal to this. It's sending in the packet and then moving it. So packet's changed. Do I even need to do that? I don't think I need to. I need to grab the bytes for sure, but then I just pass on the bytes. I don't think I need the packet. Not in its packet form. I just need the bytes of the packet to send it off to here. But I need the ID. That's right. Can I encode the ID into the tree? Then on this side, like that. Now let's see if we can figure out why the GUI that's okay. Oh, okay. Here, dialogue title. Right. This is why it wasn't working. I'm setting the title, dialogue title, way up here. But I'm not actually using it down here. So dialogue title. Let's see if that let's see if that works. Okay. Ooh. Um right, PID. I need to do PID. Yeah, this is some low level communication. And it's all because I'm my extraction nodes in our individual like inventories and stuff. I could radically improve like things. Um Damn it. What? Unknown list variant. Um yeah, it's just a byte array. Don't know what that means. Is there a from bytes? Hey, look at that. That's finally working. Oh my god. this is this is like 4 days, by the way, of trying to get this stuff to work. Um, let's also. You can also see this is like automatically loaded those things too, which is great. Um, so the real question is, is it? Yep, it's still in there. That's good. Um, let's quickly here. I'll teach everybody how to do this. I think it's .ts edit, .tf edit. There it is. So this is transform editor, and you select the thing you want to edit, and then you do main hand or GUI. First, let's do GUI. Up the scale. Um, okay. So if we rotate just a little bit like that, and then we take these values and drop them in here. Um, so I'm just gonna copy, paste. Yeah, I hate how the game defaults. Well, let's do 300 minus 72, 23 minus 3. Origin doesn't change, and scale does. 2.73. Yeah, I really wish this actually output well-formed JSON. That would be very, very nice. Close and apply. Are these? Yeah, these are ground storable automatically. I do believe they are. That is not good. So let's do this, put one in there, and do, again, .tf edit. This is how uh, why am I not rotating around? Why are these rotating around the same point? Hmm. Why? I don't understand why X and Z are rotating around the same point. Okay. I really wanted to lean it up like that one is. I don't know how I got that one to work, but very, very weird. But having it stuck on there, I guess, is good, better than anything. Copy, go back. Tool rack transform is up here. Okay. Figure that out in a second. Close and apply. Okay. Oh, you have no idea how excited I am that these are actually working. Wow. Another big test. Save and leave. Exit. Let's get this working here. -48, 0, 9, -19, -89, -21.51. Okay, now when I load this back in, this could be very, very bad. This could just crash. Just like that. Why is this being called? Unknown. Why is onNode removed being called? Mark pipe dirty. This shouldn't be called. The only reason mark pipe dirty would be called, which then would try to remove the node. So let's go to mark pipe dirty. Here. This is the only place that would do that. I betcha. So why, pray tell, is it detecting that that's a air block? What side are we on? API is null. Okay. I don't want to I don't want to run that until we're actually loaded and the API is resolved, which is where the initialize comes in. Now, if we're already in, right, and the server is sending to the client an update, API should not, API should be valid and API.side should be client. If we're on the server, it's already being done in the initialize. So this should ensure that that update is not run before, the world is actually loaded and the blocks exist. Except we are. API.side is we're on server now. And for some reason, F equals 0, which is north, and extraction sides of F, come on, is false. Okay, so let's put one in here. Damn. Where am I at now? Pipe inventory. Okay. Two tree attributes. Wait. Call stack. Well, what is null here? Did I put this in the wrong spot? Inventory base dot resolve blocks or items. Let's see what that does. If I can find it. Inventory base. Resolve blocks or items. Block that answer to resolve. My guess is this is where I got that error. API was invalid. So where it is called on two tree attributes. Why is it called on two tree attributes? Why is it called on two tree attributes? Shouldn't they already be resolved? Hmm. Um. Inventory base. How about we do this? This doesn't set it. How about in my other inventories? Do I set it in there? Let's look at just some random inventory. I do. So why does it work here, but not? Okay, let's go back to here. First, let's put this back here. Go back to from tree attributes. So what I think is happening is it's loading the node, create from bytes, extraction node, here, initialize, and then it's calling the from tree attributes. It's coming in here. Inventory. But this is where it's, the to tree attributes is actually where it's being called. So why? Am I not initializing the inventory properly? That's my guess. Is I'm missing, because I kind of broke the pattern of all of my block entities and stuff. Like I had a certain pattern going for all of my inventories and all of my block entities, and everything was sort of locked in place and proper. This threw a wrench in the gears because it's such a custom system that I'm basically having to manually initialize things that were already initialized. So when I grab from tree attributes, something is telling me when I'm trying to sync this with the client and it's calling to tree attributes on the server, that inventory.toTree attributes, that it is not initialized here. And that resolve, I don't know why that resolve is on the to. That's really bizarre to me. That you'd resolve it on the to tree attributes and not the from. That's really weird. So we're loading the extraction node. API does not equal null. This is probably why right here. Because we're not able to initialize. Because the first time when we're loading these off of disk, API is null. So let's look at an example block entity from tree attributes. The base here's the inventory loading in. But after blocks loaded, the event fired after all the blocks have loaded. Interesting. I wonder. I don't know what this does after block's loaded. Let's maybe peek. It resolves blocker item. Yeah. So that makes sense. But I doubt this will fix it. We can certainly try it. Traction nodes that initialize. Let's look at what we do in our initialize. Inventory.late initialize. This already calls it. Okay, so we don't need to do that. Because this initialize automatically does the late initialize here to the inventory, which then triggers the after blocks loaded. I can't really swap those. I don't think. Maybe I can, since I don't need to do that. Okay. So let's refresh what we're possibly having problems with. So my stack trace is BE pipe base 2 tree attributes to extraction node 2 tree attributes. So line 574 right here. Um So this is the initial burst of data to the client. So what I should do maybe as a measure of trying to get it actually to run at least, where's the engine? What the hell? There it is, way over here. If API does not equal null. The game has a weird loading process. For some reason, it loads the world before it loads any blocks, and it initializes all of the things. Oh, damn it.
That is weird.
Happy.world.player.inventory.open inventory. What object? API is null. So for some reason, yeah, I'm gonna have to really. I can't really concentrate as well as I'm usually able to trying to debug this. So what essentially, yeah, inventory ID is invalid. Yeah, everything is invalid. In this inventory. So I'm passing in inventory. It says there is an inventory, but something inside of this, right? This function here is trying to access probably like API or maybe class name, and it is not having it. It's not, it's null, right? So class name, it's just like object, it's null. So I need to figure out where exactly that I need to initialize the where do I need to initialize the inventory values after they're all loaded? Because that's the big thing. I need to look at how I'm doing it for all my other objects, because right now it's kind of managed for me. Because I'm using, let me exit out of here. I'm using the block entity openable container object. And that is doing it for me. Yeah. So the initialize here is initializing my inventory. This inventory that resolve blocks or items. So, like, the initialize, but I don't think the initialize really. If we look at my initialize for here, this object is getting to be big. Okay. So, essentially, I need to iterate through. So initialize. This method is called right after the block entity was spawned or right after it is loaded from a newly loaded chunk. You do have access to the world and its blocks. However, if this block entity already existed, then frontier is called first. You should still call the base method yes. So this is one thing I might be missing, is the late initialize. So where am I initializing? The problem is I'm probably initializing this from several places. So here is one that I'm initializing. Right? So on player right click. Remember, my custom entities, I have to initialize them even though the base game stuff is all done for you. I still need to do that, which is what is causing this problem. So when it's first loaded off of disk, I'm really hoping initialize is called on both client and server. I'm really hoping that. So this I can do for int f equals 0, f is less than 6, f plus plus, if extraction nodes of f do not equal null. Basically do this. Convert index to face, that's a quick static function I did just to convert the f, 0 through 5, into block facing. That's, very, very straightforward. Northeast, southwest, up, down. So this initialize, manages the inventory, which the late initializes that. So what are the odds that this fixes it? I fixed it. It was a coin toss. It was 50-50. Like when I put that, I was just kind of, that was a Hail Mary, basically.
Because code.
And look at that, West, it's there. Now, if I break this, it should drop that thing. Okay. So one last. Oh. Okay, yeah, that burned. I'm gonna have to. That's another bug. Yeah, when running this, when I put that in there, right-clicking it should have basically broken it. If we look at on right click coming in here, if we're on the wrench, if we're not sneaking, right? So this should have run here. It should have done on node removed, which should it should remove the listener, and it should drop the contents. So that is, I need to figure out why it didn't trigger this. It should have triggered this. But anyway, that I think is going to do it for this stream. It has been almost 6 hours. And we've made, even though it doesn't seem like it, made significant progress towards getting this actually functional. Plus, we've did a little bit of 3D modeling, and we've got the items ready to go. And if you wanted to get the text, it's a simple matter of doing Vint Engineering, item VE pipe upgrade dash copper colon copper pipe. Well, let's do copper pipe upgrade tier 1. Tin, bronze, iron, two, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, bronze, iron, for nickel, steel. Now you could put a description in there, and all you need to do there, I think I'm gonna share the description with all of these. Is you do this DESC, and you just do a star. Pipe upgrade defines extraction rate and node features. Yeah, that should work. So yeah, you just preface it with item or block depending on what it is. And if you press it with the wrong thing, obviously it doesn't show up because it knows it's looking at an item. So yeah, this entire block right here is all for pipes so far. And we still have we have some to go. But this should be good to go. Fun times and quite a bit of progress. Now I just need to poke at why it didn't pop and drop the upgrade when I removed that. So that's pretty straightforward, but I'm hungry and it's dinner time. So come back on Saturday. I think we're gonna get one more small land stream. Because 7 days is not scheduled until the 24th. So yeah, I think we're gonna get one more out of that. Hopefully only one more. Yeah, we'll be streaming that on Saturday and then come back next Wednesday for yet another development stream. So I thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Comment down below if you have questions or requests, or really try to make it on time or during the stream. And it's the absolute best time to ask questions during the stream. It's a lot harder to answer questions after the stream is done. So I know time zones and stuff are things, and so I apologize if you can't make it. But yeah, thank you all for coming by, and I will see you next time.